Hello. It is time. Late stream today. Yep. Right. So I had some ideas, possibly, about why the vehicle is a lot slower than it should be. I don't know. I do have one issue right now. All of the wheels, I just noticed this like off stream. All of the wheels are, surprise, sharing the same material. Makes sense. They should. However, that means the colors don't really work. Jeez, gentlemen. Instantly auto-modded. No, dude. I was having a Thanksgiving lunch with family instead of dinner. So I think what I want to do is I want the ready function here. And I'm just going to take all of the wheels. Maybe we can note this. Notes. For testing, should be removed. Well, should it be? I don't know. I won't note this actually. No, that's sad. Yeah. I was not doing that. I just want to go through all the wheels, I guess. So I should just be able to say... Does it run... Alright, well I gotta test, I guess. Wheels... Wheel nodes. I gotta figure out if this is ready in the ready method. I think it should be. Yep. It's in the ready method. Okay, cool. So, if debug enable and debug show wheel slip. Make all wheel materials unique. Please. So it should be standard material 3D. Actually, I think what I want to do is just want to do mesh. No, it's mesh instance. Mesh instance. So do mesh material. Get. What is this? Should just be material. Oh no, mesh material. Right? All right, what is the mesh? Okay, so I know this happens to be a primitive mesh. then here I can do mesh material is mesh material duplicate. I think that should be all I have to do. And yeah, that should be all I have to do. Oh, and I still have like the engine at really low speed. So let me fix that. Yeah, I noticed when I was running it at low speed that all the materials were shared. So I could not see individual wheel slipping happening. So I guess the first thing I can do is probably like try to drive it off the edge here. Okay, I guess I didn't see that. What? No, it definitely just didn't work there. Yeah, because see, the front wheels say that I'm off the ground. The front wheels say they're off the ground, the back wheel's off the ground. So, how to make avoidance work when my zombies keep sticking together? So avoidance doesn't work like that. That's all I can say. Well, actually, I guess they work a little bit like that. You have to have an avoidance agent, I think. And you have to say, like, an avoidance path callback or something. Something like that. Let me see. Avoid. Okay, never mind. It's just a nav agent. So you would turn on avoidance enabled, and then you have to listen for this signal. Am I missing something? Okay, wait, what? Velocity computed. This one. So, I think the idea is... what would you do? I guess it just... I think you set your velocity, and then you listen for that signal, and it gives you a new velocity, and then you're supposed to set that velocity. Right? When velocity is set... So yeah, you set your velocity, and then you have to just assign the safe velocity from velocity computed. That's what you're supposed to do. I've not used that. I just remember reading that. So, all right. So this did not work. Honestly, I don't know how that didn't work. I feel like that should have worked. Oh, all of the meshes are... Right. Right. That's what I do. I just want to get the front wheel off. Cool, alright. I can see them all independently now. Awesome. Now I can see when slipping is happening, and it's like lying to me and telling me that slipping is not happening. Okay. Well, I did have one thought about how to deal with like everything being really slow, which I'm actually shocked at how fast the vehicle is right now. What's the vehicle setup to do? .880 RPM. I think I was messing with this. No, okay, so they have 50% torque ratio. What? What's happening? I'm very confused suddenly. That was way faster than it's supposed to be. What? I'm enjoying very much what I made so far. I want to add 2 enemies. One slow, one super hard to kill. The schools avoid each other. They really spread around. Nice. How did I reach like 80 miles an hour? What? What was I seeing? No, this is like back to normal now. This is what it was. All right, that was a weird thing. Did I just like not read the numbers correctly? I swore I hit like 80 miles an hour. Okay, so back to normal. The wheels are still busted. Something is wrong. Something is just wrong. I think maybe I should try. I'm not sure what I should try. I could try making like a whole new car and seeing if I can. Oh, here's okay. No. Here's my thought. I was thinking all these suspensions are way too not stiff enough. So I'm gonna make them all more. Also, I have the preload off. Okay, so I'm gonna take off the preload as well. No more of that. Because I wonder if that might be somehow affecting it. I just feel suspicious of this, of the suspension. I guess the thought is if the suspension can fully extend, which I think means there's stiffness, right? If the suspension can fully extend, then I may have like, that's like ideal connection of the wheels to the ground. So like because they're not pressing into the ground hard enough, they just can't apply the force needed to get up to speed. Okay, it shifted a bit too earlier there, I guess. Maybe that's getting somewhere. Maybe that's getting somewhere. Grok said Raycast is better than Area 3D for avoiding objects. I think you should let the physics server compute that. No. If you're talking about navigation agent, avoiding navigation agent, try... I haven't used it, so I don't know how good it is. I would just try using that. The avoidance save they already have. Alright, let's keep bringing up the stiffness. Because I feel like that might have made a difference. I remember this. 9.3. 9.39. Why are they yellow? Okay, it didn't really change anything. It seems like a shift. I don't know. I really lose a lot of speed on this last shift. Because I was basically at 73 and then I shifted and I dropped to like 68 and now I can barely get back up. Avoiding other objects. I don't know, do it however you want. I don't think there's like a way, an ideal way to do that. Alright, I'm gonna make the wheels smaller. I'm gonna go to 30-inch wheels. 0.381. It's possible it's part of the wheels just being too much. They're too hard to turn. Okay. And then there's a calculation for wheel inertia that he gives. Interesting. For a cylinder, this would be 0.5 times M. Oh, wait a second. Do I have, like, heavy wheels? I had a wheel chart, right? Yeah. 30-inch. What do any of these mean? What do the numbers mean? I'll just pick this one. How heavy? I don't really have a good idea of like how heavy a tire is. I don't know. What? 106? I don't think these are for cars. I get a feeling these aren't for cars. That seems really heavy. That's way over. Okay. I don't want to download. Don't download. Yeah. These are not. Wait, 2? 10-inch. What did I click on? Yeah, I think I had like 10. Okay. 10. The wheel is 18. Ah, okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. So the wheel size is the non-rubber part. Okay. So what about one of these? Maybe if I just click one of these, it'll tell me. Wait. 40 pounds. Wow, okay, these are heavy tires. But I think it's about what I'm looking for, right? Maybe I'm not looking for 30. Or maybe I am, I don't know. It's 35. 3511. £50. Okay. So maybe my inertia is just really incorrect. 52.5. Mass. Pound, or I guess, yeah, pound to kilogram. What did I say? 58? 52.3. 23.7 kilograms. Alright, so volume is 0.5 times mass times radius. With the assumption that all of the mass is contained, well, yeah. Okay. what was it? 23.7. Times the radius square. 35 inch. Okay, I need to go back to 35. 0.445. .35. Then I think I have... What's the width we're looking at? 11 inch. 0.2... 0.279? Sorry. Four five 279 445 279 445 279 445 279. Okay. And then I guess I should make these. Yeah, that should update all of them because I think these all share the same one. So 445 on every one. Yeah. So does this do anything? Does the inertia do anything? What's going on? That was interesting. So I actually had a lot faster acceleration there with these tires. But my top speed is still quite low. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So somehow, yeah, I'm still somehow limited pretty hard on things. Is there anything like the tire itself is actually given mass? No. No masses. I'm actually kind of interested in how this happened. Yeah, okay, it doesn't make any sense still. Thanks for following. Me too. Alright, so I don't think the suspension is doing anything. Okay, okay. I feel like I'm a bit suspicious about the torque ratios. Because I guess the theory is that the differential should take... Right, because the engine spins the whole, whatever, one piece. Each of the differentials should take all of that rotation. They're not taking half of the rotation. But I don't know. You hear what do the red-green colors of the tires represent? So they gradually turn yellow when they start to slip, and then they turn red when they are slipping. So they don't have any grip. Or I say they don't have any grip. The automatic shifting requires that the tires not be slipping, so that helps me see if that's happening. But I have an issue where this car is, like, I'm modeling... I basically went through one model of a vehicle, engine, and a transmission, and it cannot reach the speeds that it's supposed to be able to reach. The car, like, can barely hit 70 miles an hour. And this is, like, an engine and transmission that should have no issue getting it to, like, 100 miles an hour. So I'm really confused. All right, I want to look at the code for the differential torque stuff. Does it debug visuals? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like changing the color. You'll notice the mesh is, or the material is even like just a white to black gradient, because there's no other way for me to... Well, I guess with the colors on, you see colors, you don't see white to black, but this is just a white to black gradient, so I could see rotation happening. I thought about cheating and allowing the differentials to receive like 0.6 of the torque, so my thought there is that they were technically adding... in theory, they're adding... what is it? They're adding energy to the system. Maybe I've been wrong about that the whole time. Maybe I don't need to do that at all. Because it's not driven differential. Okay. Clutch to differential torque ratio. Clutch differential torque ratio. I might try to just turn this one on and see if it tells me I'm doing it wrong. How can I do that? Because I have the assert here. I don't know. FYI, you have it set to require follow for viewers to chat. It is intentional, yeah. I do it because a lot of people, there's a lot of bots. So it's really annoying. If I turn that off, I'll have like 2 or 3 bots every day telling me, hey, go check out this link. So I have that turned on and they never come back. They never message anymore. I think I lightened it though. I think there should be some settings that, unless you have like a brand new account, a follow shouldn't be required, I think, but I'm not sure. I get way more bots talking than people talking, so that's why I have it turned up. My account is 14 years old, so yeah, probably not then. I guess I just have it turned on. Where is just the... It's just differential ratio. Driven. Make a denominator. What is trying to do? Collect driven differentials and their speeds. Average. The average. Engine torque ratio, that is... It's gotta be that one. Oh, right, no, differential ratio and then torque ratio, right. So his third value is just that one. And that doesn't change. Then it does a check to make sure that these... Do we iterate through these and change them? I don't see that changing. This one changes. I wonder if it's meant to be 1. But I feel like when it's 1, it's way too high. I'll just try it. What's 1? Returning to choice parameter 2 cents. The thing is, I'm here to make a game, so I'm not here to become a streamer. RPM is really high. So 4th gear tells me I'm supposed to be, well, I guess I'm at 5,000 RPM, so let me see what that's. Alright, let me limit it. Limit it. Take back to 340. Yeah, the only reason I stream is so I can self-motivate, really. Maybe... Maybe it's not supposed to be 0.5. Because I had no problem reaching, like, the theoretical speed that I'm supposed to be running at, right? Where is it? Oh, that's 4,000. 34. Tire, axle, I think this is at... what is it right now? 373. And then I was just at 1 at the end. 94. So it seems like I'm still way under that. But I guess I haven't been traveling very long. Alright, let me look at differential. How much torque is applied to differential? 1 full. Make sure the sum of all the differentials is 1. feel like that just doesn't make sense. Like, in a way, understand that, you know, okay, this one takes half the torque, this one takes the other half the torque. But it's like, it's one piece rotating, and that spends all of them all the way. Like, you would set it to 0 if you want, like, rear-wheel drive, so you don't want the front tires to receive engine power. Alright, what happens if I just go rear? Can I reach, like, 80 again? In the gear that I'm supposed to be going 100? Yeah, it's just crazy. It just can't. It just can't get there. What is wrong? So I do know that the mass is really high. Or at least I know that when I bring it much lower, I get a higher speed, which really doesn't make any sense to me. Oh yeah, here's my line of thought that I had. Because technically the simulation has to push the vehicle into the ground every single frame, and then the vehicle pushes itself back out of the ground every frame. That might be a reason why I start getting more of that top speed coming out, because the vehicle isn't shoving itself into the ground all the time. So I thought maybe if I have a higher tick rate, that would just work. Because yeah, I make the car 1 ton, and it's, I'm at the speed I'm supposed to be at, right? What sort of feel are you going for vehicles? So I didn't do any of the physics. The vehicles are from Jolt Physics. I just want them to act like real vehicles, minus collision and destruction. Just, like, drive like a real car. I'm struggling to get the vehicle to reach a speed that every parameter I've assigned should lead me to a certain speed, and I'm, like, always way under that. It has really awful acceleration. And it has a top speed, like, 15 or 20 miles per hour lower than what's supposed to be able to get to, given the gear ratios and the tires and everything. Alright, so I'm gonna try this out. I've already turned it up. I'm gonna see what happens if I make it like a lot larger. This is double. I'm worried potentially about the stream taking a hit. I don't know how bad this is gonna be. Seems good. And I've reached really stable speed. I've never seen that before. Interesting. So this is still definitely under what I'm supposed to be at. I'm at 82.5. I should be... I should be 12 miles an hour higher than that. I don't know if these matter. If I do this and hit calculate, yeah, it's only that one gear. And I heard of Jolt Physics. Looked at bullet physics, which is what GTA 5 uses. Oh, interesting. I think Godot wrote its vehicle based on bullet physics. I think I remember reading that in their documentation somewhere, but they never finished it or something. So I had to get Jolt vehicle, which Godot doesn't have, so I had to code it in myself. So for, I'm just gonna double check the ratios. Yeah, 1. Like, I shouldn't be... And then... Alright, let me start making it really light. Because I tested before setting it to like 1 kilogram mass, and I had like a huge boost to the top speed. I will say the simulation is way better with the higher tick rate. Isn't that crazy? So yeah, now I'm at 93.5, and I think I'm 100. I'm still under. Okay, if I had this result, I would be happy. But the mass makes no sense. So let me just try 2000. I'll go back to 60. Maybe I do this. Maybe I should turn something. Maybe I should turn this off? I don't know. I could technically give it... That would be cheating too. I could give it a lower gravity scale. That would maintain the mass, so it would still like smash into things like it was a car. But maybe that would make it lighter on the wheels and the wheels can rotate better. I don't know. Alright, now I'm at 2000. So let's test at 2000 with 60 ticks. Well, doesn't have vehicle specific tufts. GTA 5 wrote that. I thought it did. Alright, I think that said 68 is where I left off at. I guess I could be wrong though. Like I said, I remember like looking through Godot's vehicle code and wondering like what is wrong with the vehicle, and seeing their comments saying this sucks, basically. But I thought it said that this was based on their vehicle class has a comment that says it's based on something. I don't know what it is. I thought it might have been bullet. Okay, now I'm at 120 tick. The tires are slipping way less than they were. Do I get a better top speed from this? I ended at 68. Looks like I won't be getting a better top speed. Yeah. Alright, pretty much the same thing. Okay, well, I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see there was no difference. Though honestly, I do like it being a little bit higher. I wonder if there's something here. Position iterations. At least 2 in order for friction to work. Recovery amount? Fraction of the total penetration deepening. I can't remember exactly how the wheels, I think they just use suspension. They just apply, like they're technically not even in contact with the ground. Max angular velocity? That's not a thing. Are you right? There is some vehicle specific stuff. Not sure I missed it. I don't know. It was a while ago that I looked at that code. Max linear velocity. 500 meters per second. What does that translate to? Is that just like times 3 point? Yeah, that's like 1,000 kilometers per hour. That's well over my limit. I don't think... I'm still rear wheel drive, right? Oh, man. I think I remember testing this, like trying them a little bit higher. I don't know, something is wrong. I don't know what could be wrong. It doesn't make sense to me why the wheel's spinning at the same rate, exactly the same rate, with a lower mass somehow makes it go faster, a higher top speed. Then the wheel spinning at the same rate with a higher mass has a lower top speed. I don't understand that. Honestly, man, I just think that it's a mistake that the differentials are supposed to share the torque. They both rotate with the torque. I think it's just a mistake because I get the closest to the real value when they're both at 1. So I'm gonna say just 1. I'm just gonna say 1. I really don't like it. Like, this gets me the closest to what they're supposed to be. I have a 0 to 60 that's like, makes sense. You know, almost 8 seconds. Kind of slow, but reasonable. And yet I'm still like 12 miles an hour lower than I'm supposed to be able to reach with these tires at this RPM with these gear ratios. All right, I'm gonna try the gravity scale. 0.6. I'll see how that does it. I'm actually surprised that didn't really change anything. Like, I've hit my theoretical top speed there. 82. Or I guess the simulated top speed. Should be 12. Actually, this is more like 95. I should be way higher than that. All right, I'm gonna math it myself. All right, so if I'm rotating 3,400, I have a 1-to-1 ratio right now, and then I have a, I guess so it should actually be like divided by 1. Then I think I have a 3.73 ratio there. Okay. So my tires are spinning that many times per minute. Let me actually wait. 34 RPM. I want rotations per second. So I guess it's just 60. We're in 4th gear, and then this is the differential ratio. So we're rotating 15 whatever times per second. I'll round that down. 15 times per second. I have a 0.445 radius tire. Do I have math? So 15 times 445 times 0.445. So 15 revolutions per second. I'm computing the .15 revolutions per second. So one revolution would travel this many, right? So 9.33 meters per second. What? All right, this already seems a bit wrong. Yeah, where did I go wrong there? I'm way under. What? Was that a do wrong? Let me try it again. That many. I'll use parentheses. I'm not sure if like the math was weird. How does the math gear ratio actually work? I'm just like dividing it, right? Yeah, because for every 3.73 rotations of the source, this one rotates once. So it should just be dividing by 3.73. So if I spin one tire... No, I must have done something wrong, right? Oh my god. Pi r squared is the area. So I should be doing 2 times. $42. I'll round it down again. 41 times 3.6. 147 kilometers per hour to miles. $147.6. $92 miles an hour. I just don't understand what's going on here. Rear wheel drive. Why did it say they're detached from the ground? I guess because the vehicle is really light. Alright, so the car is like, what did I make it, like 10 kilograms? Oh my god. All right, so I've hit my pretty much right on the calculation that I expected. Right? That's exactly on. So it must be something wrong with how suspension is being applied. Is that it? Because I changed nothing but the mass, and somehow the top speed is like obliterated, and the acceleration, okay, the acceleration makes sense to go down, but that doesn't mean the top speed is supposed to be less at the same time. I think it really is just that because the vehicle has to push into the ground all the time, the wheel is like losing some of the rotation that it can apply because the suspension doesn't have enough force. Like, I mean, I kept cranking up the stiffness of the suspension and it didn't make it. I'll look up a real value. What's like a realistic value for suspension? Wow. Very, very helpful there. They have frequency. Can I just get like, I don't want hertz. What? Motion ratio? Calculate the top of the article? What are you talking about? Is this the same thing? When they say 10 kilograms, that's also Newton, right? I don't know. Can I get anyone who gives me like one example number? Hey, this race car has some number of newtons per millimeter on the spring. 6.25. 25. Why is there a dot S? $400 what? Constant was 400 newtons per millimeter. 1100, 100,000 newtons per meter. Okay. Should I just use frequency? I will say, at the same time I swapped to stiffness, I also started paying attention to top speeds and acceleration. Could the stiffness simulation just be poor somehow? And it causes tires to just not be able to reach their full rotation rate ever? Alright, supposedly these are really soft suspension. Let me double check. 2000 rear wheel drive. Okay. Yeah, so it's still way under the target. It doesn't seem like suspension has that much of an impact on it. Looks like I'm going to reach the exact same speed. Yeah. Exactly the same speed that I was at before. So, alright. Back to stiffness. Because I prefer that. I guess we'll go 90. I gotta call it at some point. I may never figure out what's going on with this, with the top speed. I might never figure it out. I feel like I never will figure it out. Because I guess the thing is, how would you make a rear-wheel drive car work if you are losing... Also, I even wonder, like, maybe I want the truck to be rear-wheel drive. I still can't reach the top speed. I still have that issue. Where I just can't reach it. I just want to see something really quick. Okay. What is force point? I think the force point is like what it applies to the wheels. So you want that to be centered. I'm not sure why there's an option. Why is force point an option? When where tire forces, suspension and traction are applied in local space of the body. In local space of the body. Okay. Enable suspension force point. If disabled, forces are applied at the collision contact point. So yeah, I should have that off. That's a mistake then, isn't it? That shouldn't be like that. Oh, Is this possibly the reason why the tires seem to like suck as well and they slide? Could this be the problem? Wheel. This is... Yeah, this is mine. Wheel base settings. Suspension force point. Suspension force point. Okay, so I don't turn it on. Enable suspension force point. Notify property list changed. What? Get settings, suspension force point. This should be... I forgot this. Suspension enable force point. Set enable suspension force point. Something's wrong here. There's no Boolean there. Suspension direction? Wait, why don't I get like a message about that? What's going on here? Why is it wrong? I'm just guessing I've somehow misspelled one of these. Have I? What type are these? Type wheel settings. Oh, that's nice. That's weird. Suspension enable force point with the set and the get. Was there a typo that I made? No, that file is unchanged. Why does this not show up? Get enable suspension force point. Set enable suspension force point. does validate property like... Oh! Aha. There it is. I want this one. If we do not have suspension force point enabled, then hide suspension force point, not the enable option. Okay, found a mistake. At least that. Okay. But there's no way that does anything, right? There's no way. All right, how do the springs push us out of the ground? I think that's part of it. Okay, so the wheel updates, so this should push it out of the ground. Do this before applying torque to the wheels, as friction will slow them down again. Smart, right? Wheel update. It should push us out of the ground, right? Oh no, this does not. Wait. How does the suspension work? Hey, Yelia. All right, I'm going to make this happen anyway. I'm just going to copy this. Paste. Give it its own. I woke up to an Olmec stream and I was like, no, we have to be dreaming. Yeah. I am doing the night stream. And I guess the assert, they want this to be true. Give me points. They want this to be true. Sum of torque factors. The thing is, it modifies it. 1 minus alpha. Alpha is... and 1 when the wheels are turning at a differential limited slip ratio. Okay. 1 minus alpha times the slip ratio plus alpha times the temp torque factor. What's the temp torque factor? Temp torque factor is initialized at 0 and then set. Dan has to be European. What do you mean? He was here. Huh. I'll be honest, this guy's gone way too crazy with the names. Differential Omega Max. Can we be serious? A differential with max velocity gets factor 0. Differential with a min velocity, 1. So I assume that means how much it receives? I don't know. Yeah, this should be true. So if this is true, then we're good, right? This is okay. Otherwise, I've got a problem. So I will do JPH trace. Or is it just trace? What is it? Trace. Like this. Trace. It receives a format string and then, yeah. So point 3F, I don't know. Got expected 1. And trace should be on. I will turn on trace. All right, I want to look something up. I want to see if anyone else is like concerned about this. Jolt vehicle is slower than should be. Low mass. I'll just add some words in there. Jolt physics. Maybe they have something about cars. I can see what the code is. Please tell me that, like, the top speed is printed. Okay, this car is never gonna build up the speed that it needs. Oh my god. Is this front wheel drive? Dude is crazy. Oh, man. Releases. Vehicle wheels. Velocity steps. RPM through RPM for the tracked vehicles. Vehicle. Vehicle physics are a little broken. Closed. Closed as resolved. Completed. Whatever. I gotta go to sleep? What do you mean you gotta go to sleep? Didn't you say you just woke up? It's 2 a.m. here and I woke up. Oh, okay. Huh. All right. So I built this. I should get an output. I'm going to test what happens if I set the vehicle torque or the differential torques to like 0.6. Actually, I guess I'll just put them at 0.5 and see if anything happens. 0.5. 0.5. Alright, so hopefully the trace works. I guess I won't actually know. I should know. I should actually know really quick if it's working. It seems like it's not working because... Should I be seeing messages? I should have sent like, I should see like a bunch of messages. What time is it there? 7? It is 6. Nearly time for dinner. So that didn't work. If I set these both to 1, I'm assuming this is a problem. And hopefully the trace is working and it will tell me it's a problem. Bees. Got 2, expected 1. Alright. Well, that works. So, I guess I believe him, then. Also, I think I actually do want rear wheel drive, so. The front can be an open differential as well. Was almost close. Close enough, I guess. How is the front wheel slipping? It's not supposed to be slipping. Okay, I don't know. Don't know how it was slipping. It's an open differential. Realistically, it should never slip. Is it the damping? Is it the engine angular damping? But what if I just literally make it 0? Just make it 0. What if I don't want any? None, please. Because I do remember just seeing that it always applies damping, which means the engine slows down. Cool. Alright, it's not weirdly fluctuating. What if do the wheels have angular damping? 0. 0. 0. Everything, no damping. I just want to check the vehicle will still stop eventually. Yeah, it's definitely stopping. Okay. Thirteen and a half seconds. It's still fluctuating a lot. There's a lot of fluctuation here. Doesn't help that the back tire was like always. You know what? I feel like something weird is happening. Reload, save. I'm a little suspicious. Okay, 0. The engine, 0. Alright. $72. Okay. So this does nothing. I did test that before, but now I'm at the point I'm just like retesting things in case I just missed it or something. I don't know. Inertia. I'm gonna make this a ridiculous value. 10. What does that do? I'm guessing I'm literally not gonna be able to drive the car. I'm just gonna assume I won't be able to drive the car. That's my guess. Yeah. That is a very large impact. It's very hard to get it turning. I don't think the road is long enough for me to reach that top speed. It might actually be topping out. It's like really barely getting any faster. Yeah. It actually just maxed out there. Okay. So inertia not only has an effect on like inertia like affects the final top speed if it's large enough. It may be that if it's small enough it doesn't do anything, but let's make it like, I think it still has to be a positive value, otherwise nothing happens. So let's make it a really small value. So this is like a 20th of what it was. Or I guess actually it's a 50th. I don't know why I said 20th. Okay. So I actually had a lower top speed that time. I don't know if I should make it a little bit heavier. Like, nothing. I'm actually just going to make these smaller. I don't think these should actually be very high. Like, I know what damping is, and I think these should not have damping. I'll give them a little bit, but I think they just shouldn't have damping. What if I made this to, does 0, is 0 even allowed? This is one thing that I haven't tested yet. I don't see any world where this does anything. It would not make sense to me if this actually had any effect. I feel like just simulation just sucks. I think it just sucks. Because, see, right now what it's doing is it's like constantly fluctuating like 8 miles an hour, apparently. There's just like a really bad fluctuation happening there. I wonder if I can fix that somehow. Maybe I can... I don't know. Like, what is this? I don't know. What if I double it? I'm just trying this. Is it an accuracy thing? I feel like in this situation, this is a one-step thing. It goes into the ground, it pushes itself back up. I don't think changing any physics engine, anything, should do this. Should, like, suddenly result in anything. Yeah, about 73. What if I drop this to, like, 4? 0 to 60 was like the same exact time. So my acceleration was unchanged. And it looks like the top speed's going to be unchanged as well. All right, so at least there's that. All right. Okay. So those do nothing. I don't know, because the way that it works is the suspension's always just applying, if it's in contact with the ground, it's always just applying an upward impulse to the whole vehicle. Like, that's how it works. So why is it when the vehicle is lighter, it has a higher top speed? Like, I have to... Oh, man. Alright, I think I gotta throw in the towel for now. This is just impossible for me to figure out. I've tried so many different things and I can't figure it out. So the vehicle beats me for now. I do not know how I could I don't know. I don't know how to resolve this. All I know for sure is that less mass, it will go faster. Less mass and it will go faster. Which really annoys me. It really, really annoys me. What if I just did something crazy and went to like raycast for the wheels? What about that? Sim acceleration, likely to be the same top speed. Alright, one last try. One last try. Keyboard, I'm going to limit the input to 0.9. I'll just see what happens. Instead of applying 0.1 or 1.0 to the vehicle input, I apply 0.9 as the max. And I'll even say 0.5. You know, when you're driving, you can reach highway speeds with like, you know, not pressing the pedal down very far at all. But it limits top speed, like dramatically. I'm assuming I'm just never gonna reach 60 even. I barely reached 50. Yeah. Alright, so that doesn't do anything. I'm out of ideas. I've got none left. It just sucks. Somehow... the truck is like... the same torque, engine, transmission, gear ratios, weight, wheel size, everything. And it's just like half the power that it should be. I mean, genuinely, it's like half the power that it should be. This engine should be more than capable, I think, of pushing 2,000 kilogram, a 2-ton vehicle to 60 in like 8 or 9 seconds. It should be more than capable of that. Especially slamming the accelerator. Like I said, when you're driving, you're not pedal to the floor. You're like halfway maybe on the accelerator. Yeah, it's like half the power is coming out of this car. It's almost like it is actually just half the power is coming out of this vehicle. Why? Alright, that did absolutely nothing. Okay. I think like what I should do is just make... No, not even making a new car would do anything. Like, what is going on? What is wrong with this vehicle? I'm not messing with the Ford input at all. You know what, I just want to check something really quick. I just want to check something really quick. Call me crazy. Ones. Solid ones. My wonder was that I was missing some frames. I wasn't calling the... Sometimes it was getting like, you know, one call with forward being 1, one call with forward being 0. Much make your car physics with raycast? I mean, I can, but that isn't... I tried it and that didn't do anything. Didn't fix the issue. Why is it the weights? It's so annoying. Like, I have a lower bound. Like, my lower bound, I think, for this truck is 1,000. Going any lower than that, and it would not make sense for the type of vehicle that it is. But dropping the weight just gives me such better... I mean, the acceleration makes sense. But it results in a much higher top speed. Like, I'm already well past the top speed that I was hitting before. And there it is. I've added like 8 miles an hour to my top speed with that. It's not enough. This should still be 20 miles an hour faster than it is. Also, it can't reach 80. Like, that's that. Like, this is like 100 or something. Whatever it is. What even is it? It's like 95. Should be 95. Have you checked the jolt is set right? I was testing today, my zombies were falling very slowly. I've looked at the settings. I don't know. Like, okay, going by the mass thing, this tells me that its weight contributes to a much lower top speed. Somehow it just does. I don't know how, it just does. Doesn't make sense to me because if the RPM is reading, if the engine RPM is what it says it is, and I believe it, the tires should be turning at that same rate. The front tires, at least. The front tires aren't. There's no slipping. So I am lost. I think I've checked every single possible thing I can check. And short of just staring at the code and waiting for something to jump out at me, I think the best thing I can do is just like lie and make the torque ratio on the back like double or something. Like, that's what it would need to be. Or make it all-wheel drive and they both take like 0.7, 0.8 torque. Can the math be wrong? I know the output miles per hour is not exactly half. I reach like 70 something miles an hour, and I would expect to see 16 more than that. Okay. Let me try something. Does that account? Can that alone like account for this? So if I'm at a 96 divided by 1.4. I'm gonna guess it can. So the differentials are allowing that to go away. What if I make this really small? The back tires gotta move with the engine. They have to move with the engine. The car is still light. Forgot about that. And I mean, I already tested this too. Like I have. I've tested everything like 3 times now. What is this, by the way? Vehicle control, wheeled vehicle controller. Why is there a differential slip here? What does this do? The ratio max over min average wheel speed of each differential. When the ratio is exceeded, all torque is distributed to the differential with the minimal average velocity. I don't think I've messed around with trying to set this one lower. I probably have. Honestly, I probably have and it did nothing. Top speed unaffected. It does seem like it's more stable somehow. But also I happen to know that an open differential here is like really silly because your vehicle can't drive when this is open. Oh, apparently it can. What? No. I thought I tested this. Do I have wrong code here? Vehicle controller settings. Is open differential. So go to float max. Set open differential. Open. Limit slip ratio to float max. Otherwise, set it to differential slip ratio. Differential slip ratio. If it's open, return differential slip ratio, otherwise return that. Is infinite or slip ratio is equal to max? Open differential, true. This is really weird. Okay. 50. This should be like close to max, honestly. This should be close in effect to being open. Interesting. I've reached 78, which is a mile an hour higher than it used to be. Make it on. All right. I mean, this isn't getting me. You know, I'm still off by 20 miles an hour, but maybe it's better. Also I can spin out the back wheels now, which I really like. Though it is pushing me. That has actually helped. Really weird. This being an open differential helps a lot. I kind of got 2 things out of that. I still have an abysmal top speed, abysmal acceleration. Actually, what was my acceleration? I didn't really pay attention to that. What was my 0 to 60? It's still definitely trash. But I like that I can do this. I can press shift and forward and the back wheel just goes crazy. I like that a lot. I couldn't achieve that before. Is this thing gonna sleep? Okay, there we go. $14 Okay, so it's still the acceleration is like the same as it has always been at this weight. And somehow the top speed's just higher. I don't know how, but it is. Somehow the top speed has gone up. 72 miles an hour, not open. I'll hit save. It seems like the 0 to 60 might be a little bit slower. Yeah, so it might be a little bit slower, like a 1/10 of a second slower, but I'm not going to hit 70, am I? I hit 70. I was like 72, 73 at the end. What is going on? What did I change? No, the top speed is still 70. It was like... Am I just remembering things wrong? I don't know. I might just be remembering things wrong. Honestly, that front one should be open too. Weird. Yeah, nice. The front tires just roll. No slipping. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, I hit left by accident. I did mess up my 0 to 60. Okay, I gotta start that one again, because I messed that up too much. I messed it up too badly. Cool. The engine takes a really long time to rev down. Okay. Yeah, okay, so it's absolutely slower, for sure. Definitely slower. But I guess that's fine. I think there were... So it didn't do anything to the top speed. It's always just been 72. But maybe it does a better job at actually reaching that value, because I think the last time it didn't reach it, with this being open and this one being open. What if I make this a little bit higher? 1.6. I'm just trying to mess with like acceleration at this point. It's still flashing red a ton. Oh, that might have actually helped the acceleration. Interesting. I shaved off like 0.2 seconds, which is meaningful to me. Okay, but I'll leave it at 1.4. It's not a huge difference. 0.2 is kind of a huge difference, but when I'm already at 14 seconds, it's not relatively that big of a difference. Okay. What if I turn this on? What happens if I turn that on? Does the vehicle move? I'm gonna assume the vehicle doesn't move. Yep, it's just, okay. Alright. Okay, so I am going to feed the dog, get myself food. I'm gonna eat, and I was thinking I might do some weather today. I might finally start working on the weather. I don't know. I'm still really bummed about the engine or the vehicle just being crap. I just don't understand that. It really doesn't make much sense to me. I think that should probably be a little bit higher. I'm just looking at the RPMs and how quickly they go down. I feel like odd. All right. I'm going to go ahead and save and send this. Because I have gotten at least my desired thing where the front tires don't slip, because they shouldn't. They should just be rolling with the ground. And the back tires you can burn out really easily. Just by holding brake and pressing forward, you burn out immediately. Actually, what is changed? There's that. Oh, I should probably really send that actually. Oh wow, I should send a lot of this stuff. Huh. Okay, I think I'm gonna send like... I might actually send everything, including the world change. I might do that too. Vehicle HUD is here. Yeah, I'm gonna add subpixel positioning. I think I'm gonna get at everything. Yeah. That curve change. What is that curve? That's a torque curve, I think. Huh. Yeah, okay. I'm actually gonna add everything. Except for some stuff. The UI, the data stuff. Yeah. Add debug vehicle HUD. Update vehicle settings. I think this also includes add floating long road for 0 to 60 tests. And I mean, it should be different. I don't care. I should make like a separate world, but I think making other worlds is difficult because the skybox is really finicky about it somehow. I think I've had problems where like the test world keeps breaking because I messed something. I didn't mess with anything. I changed something and then the test world just broke because I didn't like update it. There's apparently a lot of setup, I guess. Is what I'm trying to say. Wow. Really yawning. Improve player vehicle acceleration input. And I feel like it might be a little scattered. So let me actually cancel that. Okay. Let me look through this again. Should that? I'm gonna leave that one. I'm leaving things unfinished. I need to like actually manage that. That's set to 0 to disable. I actually would like to just leave it disabled. There's also adding an input max. Yeah. So I'm just going to do the HUD scene, the HUD script, and the input, and leave these changes for later. Yeah, I think all the vehicle stuff. All right, this is better. More commits with less stuff is better. The debug vehicle UI. Okay. Can now see vehicle stats when driving. Improve player acceleration inputs and add inputs, ramp, and input ramp. It sucks right now. Probably replace with a curve. Yep. I'll do this, it as its own thing entirely. Increase physics tick to 64. Remove jitter fix thing. Or I guess I would set, yeah, set jitter fixed to 0. Okay. And then I'm going to add I might just do the vehicle script as 1 and then yeah. Yep. Add gear switch and 0 to 60. Debug for vehicle. Can now do 0 to 60 tests by letting the vehicle rest and sleep. Then just accelerate until reaching 60 mph. Print gear switches. Oh. So yeah, I'm just going to say I messed with a bunch of vehicle things. Mess with differentials, wheels, and friction curve. Okay. Vehicle is now rear wheel drive. Jeez. It's now rear wheel drive. And would open differentials. It is very, I guess it is possible to burn out, hold brake, and accelerator. Guess I should write hold brake and forward. Yeah. Vehicle engine and transmission now like a real vehicle. Spoiler, acceleration, and top speed are trash. And I am able to figure out why that is. The vehicle should perform essentially perfectly better than reality, but it performs far worse than reality. Date wheel sizes and inertia. Update the differentials. Okay. And then final one. Headlong floating road to test vehicle acceleration. Performance. Is very bad. All right. Everything's saved away now. Okay. I am going to feed my dog, eat myself food, and I'll be back. All right. Be back in a few minutes. I'm back. I have food, and I'm eating. I need to add one that's like dinner break. I need to set one up for that. Right. But, yeah, I'm gonna give up on the vehicle for now. This is just really... It's too much. It's too stupid. So maybe we'll start setting up the weather system. And by weather, I mean... I need to figure out what that means. I do have to figure out what that means. I've done one of these for a while. Where I just leave the skybox go. Perfect front flip. Nope. Perfect back flip. Oh my god. Yeah, I was just gonna drive like right here and then eat. Alright, I'm gonna eat. Go to sleep? Nope. Unfortunately, it does feel like it's time for me to go to bed, but it is definitely too early for me to go to bed. Reminder that Spectre and Meltdown was all BS to force people to buy new hardware. What? My camera's frozen. Literally, how? How? How does that happen? I am upset. So yeah, I don't know how to fix that. Damn. How do I fix that? That's really unfortunate. I think it was because I had it running, maybe it was because I was running the game in the background. Okay. Unfortunately, when it freezes, there's no way for me to... Try changing the settings. There's no way for me to, like, get the camera to, like, refresh. I have to unplug it, I think. Okay. I thought I figured out at some point that there was a way for me to get that to refresh. The thing that really sucks is I know that on a Windows, I don't have to physically unplug it. There's like a turn off button on OBS that will just literally turn off the camera, and then I can turn it back on, and then it's fixed. Apparently, they didn't get that for the Linux version. There's just no way for me to turn the camera off. Damn. What are you saying? Bro, Canton to V4L2. I2, vertical bar 2. Need to plan on nice behavior for my zombie? What do you mean nice behavior? What's wrong with the vehicle? I can't let it go. I just can't. Okay. I'm gonna stare at the code for a while. I'm gonna understand it. The zombies in Resident Evil 5 are very smart. Mine don't need to be as smart. I want them to be more dynamic. They are nice now. They run to the player, and when they get close, they start walking. Left or right if there isn't an enemy in front of them. Nice. Oh, I gotta take this out. I deduce that is the true intention. Okay. My monitor's frozen now? Wait, what's going on? Why is OBS breaking? That's like not... I actually don't... What? Huh? That's not it. That's not my monitor. Okay. Oh my god, the world is just out to get at me. It really is. Computers hate me. It's the AIs. The AIs are sabotaging me. All right. What is this? Calculate torque ratio. I think I understand all of that. Oh, wait. I'm actually starting a little late here. Okay, first thing we do. Get the old engine RPM. We get the wheels. We update the wheels. You know, where does suspension come in? That's slip. I'm gonna go to sleep, bye. Yep, have a good night, gentlemen. Enjoy sleeping. So wheel update, what does that do exactly? Wheel update is this. Angular velocity multiplied by the damping. Okay. So we damp it. Very simple. Relative velocity. Contact point. All right, I'm curious about the contact here. I want to see. This must have. Nothing, apparently. Where does it get the contact body? How does it get a contact body? There, I guess. It's a pointer to a pointer. Okay. No, that's not a point. No, that's a... That's not. Alright. Vehicle constraint? On step.
How you doing?
Thanks for the raid. Chinikian. I am looking at code right now, so it's very boring, to be honest. I am convinced there's a mistake somewhere with the vehicle that prevents vehicles of high mass from reaching their top speed way too much. Like the vehicle has to be like 10 kilograms, otherwise it can't accelerate or reach its top speed. 100 kilograms is already like too heavy. It doesn't make any sense. I think it's just setting it up, right? Yeah, it's just set up. Okay. All right. Impulse, true, solve. Okay, so those apply, these must apply impulses to the vehicle. These functions do that. It only makes sense that it's somewhere with the suspension. Somehow it's like stealing rotation from the engine when it's compressed too much. Actually, I don't even think that's it, because I think I made it. Alright, let me test something. I actually got a small idea. I'm just gonna make the suspension really, really stiff. Like 100 times more than I think it should be. Yeah, I'm just gonna add a 0. 900. Oops. Okay. What now? What? That's crazy. What? What's happening? Okay, well, I guess I know what happens when I do that. What if I make it really light? So that's so high that apparently, you know, okay, something is definitely wrong with the suspension. Very clearly. It's like it's literally not even in contact with the ground somehow because of how stiff it is, which doesn't make any sense. What is going on? No, that just doesn't make any sense. What's changed? Back to 9. Something has changed, and I don't know what. Did I don't even know. Weird. What's happening? What's wrong with the tires right now? What? What did I do? Have I changed something? Like just now? Zero. That shouldn't be there. But nothing's changed? Oh, this is so weird. I don't understand. This is back to how it was. Alright. What did I change? Apparently, I did something. What? I tested it. I was like, oh, this is really cool. And then I went to commit. I'm like, oh, okay, let me split up the commits. Did I must have committed something just really stupid. That shouldn't be doing anything, I think. That's HUD. That shouldn't... Yeah, okay, none of that. Thankfully, I split them up. Could this be it? No, because I kept restarting it over and over again, and this never did anything. So that can't be it. Debug. That is only printing stuff that is not doing anything logically. What? Did I click over one? I missed this one. That was working. That was working. That was working. Something, something weird happened. I don't know what. Dude, I think I'm actually being messed with. No, not run, don't run. You know what, it's actually whatever. That's what I was gonna do anyway. What is wrong with the vehicle? What's wrong with the vehicle? Is the open differential really that big of a problem? Because I turned it on and it was fine. And I know once before I tested it and... What? Open differential. What? That's a bug. Okay. I figured it out. That's a bug. That's a crazy bug. Why? No, it's still busted. What is happening? Okay, so is this actually not an open differential? Is it actually not? Is it a lie? Is the open there a lie? Maybe it is. No, it has to be... This has to be open. That has to be open. Because this is what allowed me. Allow me to do that. I like that. I want to be able to do that. So why is it just like totally weird when I save and load? All right. Quit and look at what it currently looks like. Nothing. Okay. Interesting. So when I launch it, that's when it bugs out. When I restart, it bugs out. So it's a problem with loading the resource. No, looks fine there. I'm just gonna hit run. So nothing happened. It just decided to throw in that line there just to, you know, break itself. Exactly. That's literally exactly what happened. So if I click save. Okay. And now that broken line is back. And that breaks it. No. No, that doesn't make any sense. That shouldn't be happening. So when I get the differential slip ratio, If we are open, I return this value, the max value. Or no. I get, if we are open, I return the current value. If we're not, I return this value. So that's the problem. This get should return this value. So how to make that happen? I've done this like probably 3 or 4 times, and I'm always like, okay, well, I have to do this now instead. This was just so long ago. I'm trying to remember exactly how I did this when exactly this happens. Because I have this happen all over the place. How does the other open differential handle it? Because the other one actually works. The other one does it correctly. Why does this one not do what that one does? It would be, is it just vehicle? No. It would be, what is it? Is it just differential settings? It is exactly the same thing. Slip ratio is settings M limited slip ratio. Ah, that's what I miss, isn't it? It is. Is it? Wait, what is this? Hang on, what? Settings dot limited slip ratio. This is settings dot, settings dash, settings dot. That's what I miss, I think. Okay. Okay. Make sure that this is gone. It's still there. Okay. So now we're starting over. So if I hit... Alright, before I do anything, check that it's still fine. Still fine. Check the setting here. Looks good. And then I'm going to hit save. And it should do nothing. Nice. Okay. Sweet. Why does that break it? Honestly, I don't know. Because it should be setting it back to, you know, max or whatever. Awesome. Okay. Honestly, I should probably send that. Git add scene physics jolt wheel settings. Actually, okay, I guess I have 2 bugs. So I'm also adding. What do I need to add? Two bug fixes. I will send them now. What branch am I on? The good one. Okay. I would hope so. Fix vehicle setting bugs. Fix open differential braking on load. And fix hidden. Well, also, I didn't even test this one. Does that work? Well, there it is. Cool. All right. Now, I have no idea if that one's going to work, but I'm not even going to test it. So, fix hidden force point option. Or force point option. Would always show force point position and not the checkbox. All right. Okay. Okay, so to the test that I was going to run, oh my God, I was going to make this 100 times stiffer and see if that does anything. Does this do something? Does it give me, I don't know, my acceleration and top speed back somehow? And I did see some example numbers given that actually did have the force in like the thousands, which I think is insane, but maybe it's not like crazy. There's no reaction to gear shifting. The car is like static. So yeah, it's definitely way too stiff on the I'm drifting off. I might not make it to the end. Unless I bounce again. Oh, apparently I'm slowing down to the edge. Okay. I was watching it really fast for a second. Alright, so honestly, top speed has been reduced. Seems like I didn't even reach. Sorry, nothing. 10. Very soft springs. Too soft, even. It's probably just gonna sit at the bottom of the springs. Interesting. It's actually really interesting that that happened. Alright, 10 is just too little. Sorry. 10 is just too little. And I get away with 20. Did I hit save? I don't think so. Alright, 20 seems like it's pretty much on the edge of what's possible. Yeah, so it seems like I'm still hitting that limit pretty badly, and that's actually way worse acceleration. I lost a full second. And I did not reach the top speed. I keep saying top speed, I mean the best speed I can reach currently. The top speed should be way higher. I'm also going to turn up the angular damping a little bit, because I noticed earlier it was just like rolling forever. It should really stop. Alright, back to, I don't know, honestly, maybe I dropped it. I can't decide on this number yet. I feel like 90 just might have been a little too much. It makes it a little fun when the vehicle is swaying. I'm still down a full second. Dang. What? I'm not even gonna reach 72. I don't know what's going on. Something weird. I don't know. Whoa. Okay. Okay, back to the goat. I'm just messing around. I'm trying to think if I can just like alleviate it by doing some other thing. I mean, it's got to be something with just the physics. somewhere. All right, I feel convinced at this point. I think I can figure it out by messing with something in the physics. What if I allow... like, it's got to be something with how the suspension system works. What if I reduce this? Does anything change if I reduce that? I don't think it counts because I'm pretty sure it's just the suspensions are applying a force up, right? Vehicle falls down, wheels intersect the ground, suspension pushes the wheels out of the ground and then pushes the vehicle up. Like, that's what it does, right? That's what happens. I'm still like twice as long to reach 60 as I should be. And it seems like, again, I'm going to be 17, 18, 19 miles per hour under the expectation here. Like, this is basically as ideal of a simulation as I can get. Like, the result of this should really just be the numbers multiplying together. And they just don't. Okay, I'm going to change that one back. It doesn't look like it did anything. What if I increased this value to 0.5? I feel like if I find a setting that will have an effect, I think it's going to have a dramatic effect, and it's going to be noticeable really soon. Like, really quickly. Like, suddenly I'm hitting 60 miles per hour in like 10 or fewer seconds. I'll be able to reach 80 miles per hour by the end. Like, that's what I expect to see. If there's any option here that's the equivalent of reducing the mass, which I think just reducing the mass. Wait a second. Okay, I kind of forgot how gravity works. Gravity doesn't work that way. The mass really is strictly correlated to the suspension, isn't it? It is, right? This doesn't, reducing the mass doesn't mean I fall into the ground less. Okay, so that thought that I had is wrong. That thought I had was wrong. Is there any math that like reads in the weight of the vehicle and is like, oh, we're heavy, multiply away our top speed? Does that literally happen? got a very interesting idea. I don't think the order of these should matter, but what if it did? Solve longitudinal and lateral constraints. That's collision stuff. Hmm. What if it did? What if it actually made a difference? I feel like it just shouldn't. But I'm sure somehow something is wrong. Maybe there's a assumption that's wrong. I don't know. I guess my thought is, what if we move the vehicle forward and then push it up, rather than pushing it up and then moving it forward? Could that actually affect anything? Does that break the simulation? Is that order like really like the correct order? Does it get worse? Does anything change? No way. No way, no way, no way. Wow. That's unbelievable. I actually don't believe that. Seriously? What? No. I had a reasonable 0 to 60, and I'm like so much faster. All right, okay. Why? My initial thought was, because we push the vehicle up, we have less contact with the ground. So once we move the vehicle, I don't really know if the longitudinal lateral constraint is calling this method. It must be, right? It must be doing this somehow. Is that really all I changed? What have I changed? No, what have I changed? Get status. I am blown away that this happens. But somehow it also just makes sense to me. Somehow it also just makes sense that we should move the vehicle and do everything and then do the suspensions. I don't even have this enabled, so I won't do anything, but... And actually, this one does make sense to be last, because the this can push the vehicle. I mean, it makes sense to me though, right? Like the vehicle goes into its position and then the suspensions push it, right? Like to me, that I feel like that just makes sense. Though I am noticing something a bit weird with the suspension. They seem to be like really... They seem to be like they're really stiff now all of a sudden. It does seem like they're a lot stiffer suddenly. Which may lend it to being incorrect if they appear so much stiffer now. I don't know. Or maybe it's that the full order of things is just kind of, it's not so good. I don't know. It definitely is, you know, way bouncier though. So I don't know, is this wrong? I'll bring it down a little bit further. I mean, it seems wrong now. It seems wrong now. I got a better speed, but now the suspension is definitely not behaving correctly. It's like sitting so high all the time. It seems like it's not right. Yeah. Damn. I don't think the vehicle should be sitting like all the way up on a suspension all the time, right? The vehicle should be pushing down into the ground or into its own suspension. It's just not doing that. I don't know, maybe I accept this. Maybe I accept the suspension being like weird and wrong for the much better acceleration and top speed. Because it still behaves a little correct, you know? Like the vehicle, you know, bounces left and right. It bounces when I shift up and when I shift down, like all that stuff still happens. But the stiffness is definitely incorrect. I feel like, okay, seeing what's happening to the suspension, it's too much. I actually don't like that. I can't, I won't accept that. But now I've like absolutely proven it's 100% the suspension is doing. I mean, I just think what it is that because the suspension pushes the vehicle up, the wheels technically have less contact with the ground. Like always. They are always in less contact with the ground somehow. Maybe okay, here's like, you know, a weird thing, but the springs should be pushing the wheel and the body of the car at the same time. It should really be split halfway. The wheel gets pushed into the ground with half the force, the car gets pushed up with half the force, right? So I think it really is that somehow something is set up it's just wrong, right? Yeah. So, the thing with the suspension is that it is just different. I can't say that it's wrong. I only know that it's different. I only know that it's just different now. It had a positive result on the vehicle top speed and acceleration. Really positive. It pretty much like fixed everything. Like it literally did fix it. Okay, so now I'm looking at it. What's this stiffness at right now? 40. Was there anything wrong with the suspension? Or am I crazy? Did I just rebuild it with... Alright, I happen to know that, like, okay, I'll do 25. I happen to know that 20 or 25 is, like, really... The vehicle's almost bottoming out. So let me do 25. And let me really pay attention to what's happening here. Okay, that's where it sits. This is what it looks like when we accelerate. .2 seconds. Okay, so apparently it's still on the fixed version, although I thought I just undid that and recompiled it. But apparently I didn't. Apparently I didn't, I guess. I don't know. Try it again. It went through, like... Okay, it did this one and then did everything else. So it did... I'm so confused. Why did it just... Why is it still, like, good? This should be the broken version. In air quotes, this, yeah. It should be back to normal where I can barely hit 60 and then I basically top out at 70. Show me what the suspension looks like. All right, that's what it looks like. Okay. All right, that's what it looks like. Now, it takes me 15 seconds to reach 60. No. What? What? Did I change something? Is something different? Godot is crashing? Wow, Godot is crashing. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. Okay, so I turned up the angular damping and I really reduced the spring stiffness, right? Okay. Now, can we... Okay. I'm gonna rebuild it. I don't know what's happening. I'm supposed to be on the broken version that... You know, it's the broken version, right? It's the broken version. But I compiled it, I ran, I'm like, that's weird, didn't do anything. I compiled it, it said, no, we're totally up to date. And then every single time I do that, by the way, it copies the output. So it's not even like I had like an old version of the engine I was running. Like I was compiling, but I wasn't running the new version. And now it's fixed. It's acting like what I changed it to, but that's not the code anymore. I'm going crazy. I might have actually figured it out. I don't have all of the top speed back, but I'm like halfway there. I went from 70 to 81. I went from 15-second acceleration to 9-second acceleration. I'd prefer to see 7 or 8. 7 or 8 would be nice. I was shooting for a target of 5, which is really fast. But I mean, I'm not really making a race car. I am trying to make like a tuned up, juiced up truck. I am doing that. Maybe I let it, maybe I like add a control to go to 4-wheel drive. Because I like the 2-wheel drive with how I have it set up now for burnouts. I want that to be possible. But also it's not really good. It doesn't really make sense for that vehicle. You probably want to be in 4-wheel drive. Did I maybe go overkill by cleaning the whole thing? I probably did. I probably only needed to delete like that build again, or that one object file that I know changed. Honestly, I just want to compare them both back and forth. Again, I don't know why that happened. Why did I change it back and then compile it twice? And it's like, oh yeah, we totally did it. And it's obviously not back to how it used to be. Oh man, I'm getting tired. I think I might need to just call it. Yeah, I think I just need to call it. Because this is probably going to go for like another 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to call it there for tonight. I can't do the full time. I mean, I can't actually stay up too late. Okay. I think I might have figured it out. I might just accept that the suspension looks weird, but I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, I want to test to look at with and without that change to really get a good idea. Because I mean, I was even driving around and looking at it, I'm like, it didn't look too bad, but it just looked like I kept sitting with the suspension like fully extended. But then I was thinking, no, I definitely saw when I drove over the edge, the wheels popped out to their full length. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's where I'm gonna leave it for today. Because that's gonna be the last thing I do is I just like compare the two, and I'm just gonna keep recompiling it, and it's gonna be really lame and boring. All right, that's it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow for an early day. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.